Welcome to Create Aeronautics. This is going to be interesting because I've only seen videos on Create Aeronautics and not actually done anything with it myself yet. So there's going to be some fun to be had here today as we kind of learn and discover this ourselves. That's going to be the goal. It's going to be the goal today. Welcome in. Are you going to be playing all the mods 11? It's not even like a mod pack yet. Like, what? I'm sure once it's a mod pack, but as of right now, it's like a vanilla plus thing. I mean, it's got a couple of mods in it. But nothing that I want to sink my teeth into. That wouldn't be repetitive. Anyways, welcome in. So today's about Create Aeronautics. First thing I want to do, I want to put on my aviator goggles, apparently, because that's something that you can wear. What in the world? Yes. Okay, we've got bug goggles. You know what? We look similar to what the frogs actually look like. Also, did they add the ability for you to put these onto frog ports? Just like the other goggles? Oh, no, they didn't. Wait. They didn't. Ah, darn. Anyways, it's worth a test. It's worth a test. Anyways, welcome in. You've messed around a lot with Aeronautics. You can't wait to see what you make. I mean, so far, I need to understand the base mechanics. So, as far as I understand, I have all three of their submods filtered out here. And so these are all of the mods that this essentially is together. It's like bundled. It's three mods basically inside of one mod. I don't know why they did it that way. I'm sure they have reasons. But we have the Create Simulated, which I'm assuming is like the physics engine. But it also adds a bunch of other stuff to the thing. Oh, that was super bad roll, by the way. But down here, we have Create Aeronautics, which adds like the hot air envelopes and the actual air stuff and also fans. And then we have the off-road, which is something. There's also Levitate Blend Bucket, which is also from Aeronautics, and then in-stone powder, which I'm assuming is what you use to make this stuff. Unsure what all of this does, but I'm sure we'll figure it out as we go. But the tires are pretty cool. But apparently you don't even need tires, right? You don't even need tires. By the way, Jellybean Calm, thank you for the tier 1. Fallen Soldier, thank you for the Prime for 39 months. Jellybean with the 19 months. And Dutch Tomato with the 40 months. Welcome in. We're doing fantastic. Also, make sure that's on. But yes. This is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Food Steinchen. I think I definitely butchered that. Thank you for the Prime. Oh man. Imagine making it compatible with ours. I'm sure that, I mean, it should work with ours. It should work with most mods.
Take my Bezos money, D.
Yeah, it should work with most mods. Anyways, let's go ahead and just take some basic blocks. Like the oak log is like the first thing in the creative menu. So we can just pull this up. To make a block simulated, we place, not this is rainbow view. That is a really trippy way.
Another month
okay.
To the list.
Interesting. Yeah, we put the simulator on it and then we enable it. Oh my goodness, even the oh, that's so cool actually. So hold on. I'm adding blocks to this, and even though it's a physics object, the display entities are still detecting that it exists, and the display entities are sticking to the physics object. That's actually something that probably nobody has tested. And it just so happens that our QJS script tested that out. That's interesting. Do each of these like have their own like block position in the world? They must. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So this script got completely borked because of the physics object here. Interesting. Because this is not actually tracking. Huh. Interesting. But yes, this is what a physics object looks like. It is kind of awesome that you can just build off of this. Like, this is in world. Like, this is a physical object now. It leans over, falls, and we can just keep building on the thing. This feels so wrong, but right at the same time. It's really hard to explain. Which is really cool. And then we have the Create Physics staff, which when we right click, lets us pick the entire thing up. Then there's a keybind, which I think by default is tab, but I bound it to left alt. That lets me rotate the physics object and ourself apparently. So now we are just flying in the air. Right? Scroll wheel to make this happen. Or we can make it go further out or in. And then right click to lock it in position. Which I think is kind of interesting. That's neat. Huh. I'm gonna have to disable item sphere because for some reason with Create Aeronautics it is not working. Also, we have a hype train. Thank you guys, by the way. Thank you guys. Let's see. Yeah, the other stuff seems to be working. But so far, that's pretty cool. So we can pick it up.
Daystar 0 just gave out 10 subs.
Heck yeah, Daystar. Oh, you can see how slow it is when the world time is slowed down. Very cool. Daystar, thank you for the 10 gift sub bomb, dude. Level 4 train like that. In and out, we can pull this, lock, and then activate, change its orientation, and then relock it. This is all well and creative. I would assume that you can't use this in survival, which honestly would make this a whole lot harder to deal with. You also don't need this attached. This is interesting. Huh. All right. So I guess now we should do something with this. Oh, that is sick too. It just took all of the blocks positions and then re-rotated them. Huh. And so then we can make... No, this just does one. Okay.
100.
Slavish Cat, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate that. So we can glue them together, which I want to do. And then they added this special glue that lets us glue this together. And then glue this together. Then we can activate it all as one physics object. Then we have this physics object. Then we can use slime balls to glue the two together. This is very cool. I really don't know how else to describe it. Right? So, anyways, now let's see if we can't make a vehicle right off the bat. I mean, one of the things I really seen, like I know the airship stuff is in here and that's really cool, but making a vehicle seems way cooler to me. And to do this, we have wheel mounts, which apparently is where we connect our steering up to. But these are going to need motors. Just looking at the wheel mounts. So they have rotation that gets put into them. But how would we steer them? Do they receive... Let's get a lever. Oh.
Dr. Jones 81 just gave out 1 subs.
Dr. Jones! Thank you, by the way. Appreciate that very, very much. I do know that my sounds are way loud right now. Thank you, by the way. Seen what video where somebody is experimenting with a maglev train? Like I said, I've seen several videos, and I did watch Polart's or half of Polart's video. I couldn't get through the whole thing because it was bedtime when I was watching it. But anyways, the fact that we can rotate this, okay, with Redstone means we can control this with Redstone links. And I want to make a basic platform for a vehicle. All right, and so we have small tires. That seems really small. How do we get the tire off without, I don't want to, maybe the wrench? Create wrench is probably something that has interactions, right? Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how you get the tire off without breaking the entire thing. So something we'll have to figure out as we continue on. Okay. We have regular tires. Maybe I'll try regular tires. Really big. That's not that small. That's what she said. So, good. So Redstone is what's going to control the left and right orientation. What is this number for? Suspension strength. Oh. And I'm assuming all of this is adjustable, like when it's in a contraption form. Okay. So, if we were to build a vehicle, my idea here, let's kind of take, I wonder if I have a schematic of like a truck from last season of Just Create. Right? I'm sure I have a schematic of one of my trucks. Let's pop this, open folder. And then what I'll do is I'll see if I can't modify this and see what we can do with this. I bet this is going to be pretty interesting. we all heard that. Sure. All right. You guys can't see what I'm doing here, but I promise there's magic going on behind the scene. Truck. Train truck. You know what? The train truck was a cool truck. There is the train truck. Right. I mean, it was a train, but it's a pretty cool thing, right? I'll lift it up off the ground a little bit so that way we have access. Perfect. And then we'll bring this over. Let's print it into the world. The only thing I really need to remove is the train tracks, of course, because we're going to modify the base. We don't need this. Instead, we're going to put our own tires on it. Huh. Where's you got a good amount? Oh yeah, we got hype train. Hype train. Thank you, by the way, for the hype train. Appreciate that very, very much. Level 4 hype train. You can do Optimus Prime in Minecraft. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of crazy things that you can do. So down here, this one has train controls, so we'll figure this out here in a second, but mediocre. Wow. We'll get rid of this and this. We don't need this anymore. We're going to need some other kind of controls. All right, what am I thinking here? So in the back, this is where our wheel is going to go. But we have this thing now. That is going to be where our wheels are mounted. Same here. We won't have this position. Instead, we'll have this thing. Oh, whoa. Wait, what? Okay, that just placed in wrong. Why is it placing that way? Can I rotate that? Okay. Weird, it was just placing in a weird position. So we have no good place for redstone. This is going to be one of the harder things, I think, to handle is how do we, with a mod like this, how do we handle making things look decent without having like crazy redstone things just everywhere? Right? Because if I need to power this with redstone, I've got to power it from this side and this side. Right? We also need to give it power, which is going to have to happen through the middle. Also, I noticed
I missed my
the spawn
sweet
buddy's
60.
not working either. Disable that. I think it's got something to do with the create physics. It doesn't work with it. Don't know why. No idea. There's a redstone item that works, lets you invert so it can go both ways. Huh. It receives like 2 signals. Oh, that'd be sick. We have a redstone inductor. We're going to look at that. Redstone accumulator, link provider, directional link receiver. Okay. It can receive... What? Oh, they like receive redstone signals from links in front of them. That's interesting. Okay. Huh. Not what I need, though. We have a throttle lever, typewriter. Okay, link receiver. Output an analog signal that changes over time to match the input. Oh, okay, so it's like a delayed increase in redstone value. Oh, that's nifty. You can configure the rate at which it does change. Ah, so you can have like it's like a gradient. That's nice. A redstone gradient. Okay. That's pretty cool. For now, I got to figure out how am I going to power this. We can do a chain drive. We won't have a way of going backwards at the moment. But chain drive running through here. This is how we're going to carry power to the front and back wheels. I mean, we could just power it from the back wheels, I would assume, only. And then it's rear wheel drive. It may actually handle a lot better if it is rear wheel drive only. Even though we don't have a transfer case, I wonder how it handles rotation. Does the wheels like skip? How does that all function? You should make the RV on just create drive. I will. After I figure this out and we figure this out, we can set the RV up to be able to be drivable. Even though it does have a bolt in it. This one was a thing I built last season. It was the boat. It sounds weird, but we called it boat. As of right now, how maybe we can put the power in the bed. To power things, we have an engine. And I would assume we would want some way to have a throttle. So a clutch, maybe? That we also have a directional gear shift. What does this do? Gear shifts. Okay. Unpowered. When that side's powered, it goes one way. Wait, why did it flip over? Okay. Oh, the other side's powered. You just can't see it very well. So this is a gearbox? I'm confused. Wouldn't a gear shift also work? Rotational gear shift. Maybe I didn't understand this correctly because it flipped it for some reason. Unpowered directional gear shifts do not. Okay. When the straight side is powered, relay. Okay, and then it flipped it over. And now it's reversed. That was confusing. Acts as a clutch and a gear shift. Oh, okay. I see now where it can be stopped. Okay, and then we have a torsion spring. When the input stops rotating, hold on, let me read that real quick. When the input stops rotating, the spring features, it returns to its starting angle. Oh, okay, so it's a reset. It's kind of like a reset. Okay. Yeah, it's a return. Yeah, it's nice. So when it's rotating, and then it returns it back to its initial position when the power is stopped. But when it receives a redstone signal, it will not spring back. So this would be more for like planes, for like a rudder, right? Like you would want your rudder to return back into its base position if not being actively moved. Yeah, that'd be good for a rudder. Anyways, okay, so that's good. Maybe we should look at the angular. Okay, items go in. Angular shafts will transport items and extract them. You can cycle between shaft and a cog. An auger. Sorry, I was reading that as angular, but it's auger. Okay, I know what an auger does. Okay, so that's for tractors. That's very cool. So they literally added. Okay, this is something that you would use in something like a tractor or like a combine. You would use an auger to transfer items or crop drops from this to like another contraption. Leave for 5 minutes, make hot chocolate. You've built something awesome. This is actually a schematic from last season that I made. This is the boat. Jester, he does that. No, this is from last season of Just Create. This was carrying my chocolate, or not my chocolate. This was carrying my my stuff. It was technically a train. It was a truck train, but we call it boat because for some reason everybody in the comments wanted me to call it boat. Because it's not a truck or a train. I don't know. Hope you're doing well, bud. Looks fancy. It is fancy. I'm just trying to see how practical it is because this is what I would call a suitable size for a train and also a suitable size for a vehicle in the game. And I was wondering how compatible these things are. So we're learning about it. I'm learning this mod. Laser sensor, that's for detecting items. I did see that in Greg's video, which was hilarious, by the way, if you haven't seen that. Okay. An angular cogwheel. So we've seen it used here. This is a part of the auger system. Okay. That is a part of the auger system. Interesting. Gemini, how are you doing? All right, and then we have the portable engine. So it generates rotational force by burning fuel. Okay, so this is our engine. That's cool. I almost wonder, could we put the engine and replace it here and use it like this? Well, I mean, with the rainbow view, it kind of blocks everything, so I can't really do that. But yeah. Velocity sensor that would detect our speed, altitude. Okay, these are more for flying things, I think. A rope winch. Oh wait, that's sick. There's a winch? How does that function? Oh, it like pulls, it pulls things. Wow. Look at the typewriter. Okay, I will in a second. I think the typewriter is a controller, right? You can slide down the rope. That's great. Okay. I'm learning so much. I'm learning so much. I'm going to need all of this information. Thankfully, I retain and hold information quite well. But yes, engine, we can have that go here. And then we can carry power, and then we're going to figure out a way to get redstone power to this, but we'll figure that out later. So carrying rotational energy shouldn't be too hard. I wonder... We just have to figure out a way to flip rotation... A directional... So the directional gear shift doesn't receive anything fancy. We have no fancy cogs, like no transmission. Right? There's a rock cutting wheel. What in the world? It can be used as a drill. Oh, shoot. It's like actually a rock cutter. It is actually a bore. That is awesome. Analog transmission lets you control your speed. This is cool, though. Yeah, that's sick. Wait a minute. Hold up. How come I haven't seen this in any videos? What the heck? Everybody's showing off the goofy stuff, but I mean, that's sick. What? Oh, hold up. Okay. You said there's a transmission? There's a swivel bearing. Hold on. I need to back up. Because there may be more items that I'm missing. I think I have everything pulled up in here, but we can always pull the actual creative menu. I think everything's listed here. Yeah, looks like it is. Okay. Are these points so addictive? It's just fun. It's fun. I like to have some things you guys can play around with. Oh, I love the monocle, by the way. Mr. Wolfington. Thank you for the Prime sub, by the way. This is in the Create SMP? Are you going to switch to the... If this was in the Create SMP, 100% I would make that thing. Are you kidding me? Dude, I would have 15 of these. I'd do 16. 32. You know what? I would do 64 of those. I promise. My contraption would be so heavy that it would crush the ground beneath it. This is probably why we shouldn't add them on. Okay. I don't want it to be front wheel drive. I got to figure out like lever, like how does this get affected from the inside? I don't think we can have two redstone controls in one block space. So yes, we may extend the front. We'll have to. This will have to be broken. This will have to be broken. This will have to be extended. That makes it look a little bit more goofy. Because like we'll have to have room for redstone controls in the front. Otherwise we can't change the rotation direction. I'm almost positive. Right? Then we need a shaft. Something like that. We'll do a little wrench-a-boo. Wrench your wrench. Like that. The nose a little bit longer. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Maybe it'll look better with the other stuff going on. You know? Got a Peterbilt here, you know? Little Peterbilt. So I want to get the engine power from the front to the back and then also power this with a clutch, a redstone control. I'm assuming we just do regular create for that. Maybe like a gearbox. But we do have this directional gear shift, which would allow us to go in reverse, I think. Like, I think this is how that functions. But notice, by the way, this is sending power through the shaft. But then we'd have to get this into a cog. Wait, no, we have an analog transmission. Okay, hold on. Exactly like... Oh, that's not what I need. No, that's not it. No. So a gearbox, for example, is not going to work. We would need something that receives power from the front and then outputs the same rotation direction on both sides. And the only thing I can think of is a configurable gearbox to do this. But I think the configurable gearbox still changes that rotation direction. It's not adjustable. Yeah, we don't have like a drive shaft or anything. That seems like a miss. Doesn't it? Death Wish, by the way, thank you for the Prime for 25 months. Appreciate you. Isn't there a brass tier of the configurable gearbox? There is a brass gearbox. Oh, does this one have... This one lets you do the rotation. Okay. But see, this is from Creating Case, so this is an add-on mod. Jump between axle rotations can bulky quickly. Okay, I don't know if this one lets me change rotation direction. Maybe it does. No, that's just regular. It's a different mod. Create Connected is the one that adds it. Okay, but I was trying to see, like, is there a way with, like, normal Create to do this? Because, right, the goal would be to have this. You know what? Create Connected would be really nice. It's the only thing that would add, like, a cogged gear shift and stuff. Encased chain. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. But how do we get the rotation? How do I get the rotation from here, from the engine bay? Like, as much as I would love to carry the rotational direction like this, this powers the front. It would be front wheel drive. We don't have any control over power or stopping or anything unless I put a redstone signal on the clutch down here. That would be the only way to stop this from moving. Have the shaft one block higher. They're saying have it run through the bed. Man, it'd be so nice if we had some kind of like transfer case, gearbox. A transfer case would be really nice. A gearbox. We need a gearbox. Gear shift is not what we need. Man. Okay. So I've hit a little bit of a limitation here. Let's see what we could maybe come up with. So I need to get power to this encased chain drive. There's a couple of ways I can do this. We could rotate power and then create something like this that goes into the back. And then in the middle is where we have our gear shift. We need a gearbox. So it will have to go up. So it needs a little space in the back here. Vertical gearbox will be fine. To distribute the power. And then what was the other thing? This one has a bunch of different states, right? So it's a gear shift that also has a neutral mode. Let's read this again. Right? Unpowered doesn't relay power, so it's in neutral. This one, when powered on one side, and then when it's powered on the other, gives us the opposite direction. Okay, so that's what we need. So, okay. We could power it from the bottom and the top. So we're building out our transmission. Interesting. Users of Create Sound of Steam have already made a flying pipe organ. Oh, I'm sure. I haven't made it to the flying stuff yet, but I do want to do that today. I want to turn this into a functional vehicle, you know, and actually make it aesthetic and not just like a roaming, goofy looking thing. I want this to look and be functional. Unfortunately, this will have to be, I guess, covered on the top. We'll cover on the bottom. We'll figure it out. Coal. So we see that moving, but what we don't see is rotation here. So lever. So now we get rotation. Let's check our wheels. So that's reverse. They're going in the same direction. That's good. That's good. So off. That's forward. Are you only wanting two-wheel drive? So four-wheel drive typically is going to be less stable and harder to maneuver. Especially if you don't have like a gear. It's already going to be rough because the rear wheels don't have a gearbox. Or it doesn't have a gearbox. So when this wheel turns, this wheel will be dragged. Right? So, and then with both of them on, it goes back to neutral. Okay, so that's kind of cool. So unpowered neutral. This is gas. Wait, hold on. This is on. Wait, no. Oh, it ran out of fuel. So when it's not powered, so that's really helpful. Okay, so this is our quote unquote gearbox. We have forward, unpowered is neutral, powered from the bottom is reversed. Pretty sick. We're receiving our power from our drive shaft. Drive shaft is coming from the engine in the front, leading in the back. Very nice. All right. Now we've got to get Redstone controls set up. And then there was the typewriter. You guys said to read the typewriter. Grants convenient control over any Redstone link frequencies assigned to its keys. Toggle the link typewriter movement controls and any assigned keys. Okay. So this gets, we need links. And then we also have the controller. This is the typical way you would control the thing, like a remote control. There's, okay. Here's another thing. We need the actual Redstone controls. No, we just need the initial receiver controls, right? Yeah, we just need the receiver controls. These all need to be put in receive mode. Oh, it's a buff controller with full keyboard access. Oh, that's sick, actually. Okay. That's good to know. I mean, in reality, the linked... I want to try the link thing first, but then we'll play around with this. But I'm assuming bind to any key. Okay, that's cool. And then this would be like bind to WASD. Okay. Let's set the controls up first. So if this side is powered, again, let me take a look at this lever. That turns left. Powered from the front here turns left. But that would also mean this powered from the front turns right. So we need this to be opposites. So this is left. And this is left. And these need to be linked together. And then the same on the other side. Okay. I don't think we have anything that identifies left for right now. I'm going to do lever in red is left. And then I will do fence in right is right. Okay. So those are linked. Then bottom is reverse. And then top is gas. Okay. So we'll link this. This is W. This is S. This turns left. So this is A. This is A. I don't know if we can link two together. This is D. And this is D. Oh yeah, we can link multiple. Oh, we're cooking. Look at this. Did you see it? Do you see it? Let's get the wheels on here. Okay. Forward. Reverse. Left and right. Okay. This. Forward. Reverse. Left. Right. I know, I'm about to drop it on the ground. Cool. All right, so we have that's so sick. All right, we have an ad currently running. I'll wait. But yes, that was a really bad timing for an ad to pop up. But honestly, not too bad actually. The more I see the way the gearbox works and stuff, it does kind of fit. So forward, I'm holding down W. Reverse, I'm holding down S. Right, we're turning right. Left, we're turning left. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Now we've got to turn it into a physics object, which is going to be a thing that I'm interested in seeing take place here. Install tow points for heel recovery. So with it already kind of glued, I don't have to like do the honey glue, but I am going to honey glue it. That's the fully assembled glued object. All right. I'm pretty excited. One last thing, because I did want to show this because there was an ad that was running. This is it. Okay. So vehicle is together with the redstones linked. Left, or sorry, right to turn. I'm hitting my keyboard buttons. Left. Forward is just holding it to go forward. Reverse to go in reverse. That's great. Right? Oh yeah, we do need to add a seat. We can do copycat panels or copycat layers to just cover this. Can't really cover this too well because these are already copycat panels. So we have some holes in our floorboard, you know. That's just how it is sometimes. Got some holes in your floorboard, man, you know. That's the problem though with these. If you want redstone control, is it's going to be a little bit hard. Yeah. Yeah, extra. Yeah, it's extra air, right? Extra AC. Right. All right, so we did the honey glue. Everything's glued. We can now turn it into a physics object. That is actually sick. Maybe, maybe not actually. Hold on. It didn't go anywhere. Why didn't we go anywhere? Let's check this. Is it too heavy? No, it's moving. It's just, it just doesn't have enough oomph. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so the rear is definitely heavy. You can see it kind of leaning back here. But also, but everything else is fine, so it just needs more stress. It's like when I hold forward, it doesn't even budge. Okay, so this would be a good time to use this, I think. Force arrows. Center of mass. Total mass. 99 kpg, whatever that means. Oh, the ladder. Oh, true. The ladder may be the issue. Yeah, because it is on the ground. Okay. There it goes. And then reverse. Doesn't go very fast in reverse for some reason. Oh, the time was slowed. You guys are really, really getting me there. P Fidget. Thank you for the tier 1 for 22 months. All right, let's get inside. You know, it's not fast. I need a fake steering wheel. Yeah, they have a steering wheel, but it's not what you think it is. It almost feels like the wheel should be deeper in the wheel well. Need another engine. Yeah, I need more oomph. We could add another engine. The cool thing about this, right? Hey, Fidget just in here, just chilling. Hey, Fidget. The cool thing about this is we can just build right on the back, right? So, like, we need another engine, right? That's easy to add. We can just pop the engine on maybe right here by doing this. Here. But that's not going to change its speed, right? Because that's it's just going to give it more stress. Yeah, it's not going to make it faster. But the issue is not... It does go faster backwards, though. It can be caked. Oh. What cake does it use? There's another cake. Why don't I see it? Unless it just uses blaze cakes? That's the same amount of stress units. Chosen's got cake. Oh my god. I don't see any fancy cake added from this. What is this levitation blend used for? Oh, there it goes. Oh, it can hold stacks of cakes too. It just takes it a moment for it to burn through the prior fuel. Yeah, I mean, that's more reasonable. A speed controller to make it go fast. Okay, that's kind of sick. Like, kind of sick. So, truck, doable. All right, we got that figured out. And then we can just pick the thing up. Right, pick it up. Hold Alt. We can rotate it around. Drop it. How cool is that? That is so cool. Lock it so we can build underneath and stuff, but like... Limp would be cool. I want to play around with the air stuff too. Look, entities, by the way, stay on it also. No joke. Paintings work? It's great. Big Jim, how's it going? All right. Hell yeah. That's sick. Okay. Yeah, you can add paintings, artwork. Yeah, it looks like you can. Mobile homes are now doable. Yes, 100%. Oh, how's it going? I need to get you a VIP, don't I? Yes, it is a thing. You can do this now. It's fantastic. Hey. You know, honestly, this stuff is wild. I have not played with a mod that has compatibility with like things like pictures. Like, what? I just placed this on an object that is turned off the world grid, by the way. Like, what? Also, like, what if I just attach a rope and let's build like a cart, right? Also, thank Chicken Butt, by the way. Thank you for the Prime sub for 17 months. Kamikaze Kevin, thank you for the Prime for 6 months. P Fidget also 22 months actually. Thank you for that. The tier 1. What if we had a trailer? We'll use something like, I don't know, a little lighter. We can build a trailer pretty quick, I think. And maybe balance it out. We'll use some small trailer tires. And then we have this stuff, right? So we have the rope, right? I want to try that. Not the rope pulley, but the rope connector. So we can use a rope connector and rope. And then we'll start another physics object. Separate. Actually, we can build it off of here. The cool thing is we can build it off of this and it becomes its own. So we'll leave this connected. And so I'll build a little trailer off the back. Somewhere like here, probably. We don't need it to rotate or anything. This is wild. We use panels. Copycat panels, where are you at? You're always where I need you. That's where you're at. Andesite bars. Keep in mind, this is a physics object right now. You are watching Copycat panels move across an object that is not on the world grid. Right now, like, this is blowing my mind. Absolutely blowing my mind right now. Does a better job? Yeah, this is nuts. Hey, Chosen, I'm not a very good builder and I love the style. Any chance you can make these into schematics in your Discord? They are on the Discord. Check the schematics channel. This train is on the Discord. Someone didn't check the Discord. All right. Now, because this is a physics object, when I break this, it's going to lean forward. How freaking cool, dude. Okay. Connect this to the back. Connect this to this thing. Maybe if I can. I got to pick it up and move it. Okay, so let's pick it up a little bit. Lock it into place. Can I attach this? I bet this has to be like girderfied, maybe? Maybe it's because it's too close to this. Let's move it back. There it goes. Rope. Then we link this to this. Okay, that's too loose. It's too loose. Can we move it closer? All right, there's got to be something that connects. We have a spring that holds tighter. Spaces do not have enough support. What about this? No, that's got my offhand. Okay. The wrench.
Yeah,
Let's
another
try it
month
again.
completed.
Let's
Good
take a look
luck
at
on
this.
Aeronautics. Any first
Hell
thoughts?
yeah, Clonesbauer. Hope you're doing well, bud. Thank you for the 18 months, man. Right click the rope, the wrench. Okay, that's a coupler. Okay, that's a pulley. The pulley's not what I need. That just connects 2 points, but over a distance. Doesn't say anything, does it? Pair of ropes can be attached. Okay. And then these are rope pulleys can be pulled together. Oh, they cannot connect. A swivel bearing. Oh, cool. Yeah, like a swivel bearing would like link them together the way that I seen this, right? It like links the top and the bottom together. Oh. Like this. Does it keep them separate? This is something that as a kid, like I did as a kid, right? I played around with things like this. Okay, lock behavior. Locked, powered, always unlocked. Always unlocked. So if I want to connect this, probably a little bit longer here. And then we would want a connection on the top. And then this part we would want be the part that gets connected. And then we want to glue. I don't know if this is how this is going to function. The thing that's on top of this. Or is that going to glue it to the contraption? Right? And we slime ball this together. Okay, so it glued it all together, which is not what I wanted to do. The rope looks more natural, kind of. This... The bearing's upside down. Possibly. That could possibly be the case. I mean, this could take the position of this. Which I think would look more natural. It doesn't have to be this either. All right. There we go. Huh. Block exists here. Oh, this is the block. Come on now. All right, where's my controller? Okay, so it's still connected as one. Huh. And then this was set to rotation change. I think it's maybe because this is connected here. No. Click the bearing. No, this is connected to the... Huh. So maybe this does need to be pulled out more. You guys are onto something. I'm onto something. All right. There's that. Always. Bearing unlocked. We need to get this attached to the end. A little closer. Oh, I think we got it. It still looks like it's connected as one, though. Okay, there we go there. I notice, again, this is connected. Hmm. Let me rewatch this again. Okay. Swivel bearing attached to the block in front of them. Okay. Yeah, maybe it needs to be two bearings attached to each other. Okay. It doesn't really show how two bearings interact. This is the feature I want. When powered with redstone. But you can also just choose to have it always swivel. Redstone locking behavior always unlocked. That's so goofy. Okay. Nope. Let's try this. Because maybe we can put some rope tension on the back. Yeah, maybe we can use a hand crank. Rope it together. Unlock this. I mean, it is connected. We would need this to be possibly higher. Right? Maybe more wheels for the trailer. Well, I want it to be, I want it to have that sort of balance, if that makes sense. That feel. It does say, I mean, there are magnets, which we could do like a connector point like this, and then, or not really magnets. What is it called? They're springs, but we need solid connector points. And then there's that. I don't think that is what I want, but it is. It does do the thing. Oh, can we jackknife it? We definitely can. Too stiff. What she said. Actually, probably never did say that, actually. Okay. I don't know. As far as like connecting trailers together goes, that part is confusing. The swivel bearing is a little bulky. And maybe two swivel bearings together would function. Well, that went all the way through the thing. Yeah. These are unlocked? It doesn't. Uh-uh. You only need one vertically, don't you? That's what I thought. You only needed one? But it doesn't appear that way. I wonder what happens here. So maybe I should play around with this first a little bit to understand.
It does say redstone locking behavior, so does it need a signal to always unlock?
That's what I wonder. We'll glue this slime ball together, maybe. We'll see. The bees, by the way, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you. Can't wait to play around with the airplanes. That's going to be even cooler. Yeah, as far as it seems, this just like turns it into a solid contraption here. The cogwheel needs rotational energy for the cog to work. Okay. But it needs rotational energy for that to function. So that basically throws that out the table. So there's not like a locking, there's not a good way to link these together like a train coupler. Unless the coupler works. There is the Create does have a coupler, right? It has a minecart coupling, but I doubt that works with Create Aeronautics. The block that's touching the swivel bearing blocks the rotation. You don't need rotational energy for it to work, only for swivel bearings to spin, like how mechanical bearings can keep something assembled. Okay. So then why would this not function? So I would assume that this glued together is its own thing. And as soon as this gets glued to this, my mind almost melted away watching you place blocks while it's on. Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of crazy that you can do that. Did I miss the gluing section? So swivel bearing attached to a block in front of them. Okay, and that was glued? I missed that. That auto glues. Wait, what? I'm not getting that auto gluing effect. Can't be anything touching it from the side of the block's rotation. So maybe this isn't the most optimal way of doing the thing. Like, I don't know. The spring works, but the spring is pretty long. I think the rope connector is cool. Can we use chains instead of rope? Probably not. They'd need a separate physics. They'd need like a chain. Engine assembly. That's probably for the engines. I mean, maybe there are limitations, right? This would be one of those limitations. We would have a winch, which is pretty cool that we have this in the first place. We have a winch. This would have the connector on it. The rope. Hand crank. Now that, you know what, chat? That is it. Wait a minute. Wait a hot minute. That's it. That's it. Let's see if it's just as hard to go in reverse as it normally is in real life. Yeah. That's it. Dude, this trailer is so good, it might actually be able to hold your mom. That's wild. Might. I said might, chat. That's awesome, dude. I might be able to pick your mom up. All right. Look at that. That's fantastic. All right. So now do we move on to airplanes? I wonder if you can make gears for it. Like, to shift gears, to change gears. I think you can. There is a gear shift that if you give it redstone signals, it'll change. Which is pretty cool. Find a way to make it faster. I could make it faster. We can definitely make it faster. I don't even think it would take too much to do that. We just need a speed controller, right? Or I can just put a creative motor on it. Instead of an engine, we just use a creative motor. Also, where's my engine? Who did this? Why did... What? The front of my truck fell off. Wait a minute. Hold on. The front of my truck came off. Can't be having that. That's wild. I hate when the engine just falls off in the middle of the highway. This is absurd. Okay. So, with that fun out of the way, we want to speed it up, right? So I'm going to boop this engine, and then we'll boop this engine because we don't really need that engine there. And then we'll just use a motor. So the cool part about the way that I set it up is that the rotation speed does not matter at all because it stays in neutral. We just need to make sure the rotation direction is the same. It is. Okay. So let's give it max rotation speed with our engine. Our newfound creative motor engine. And I built this in a way, by the way, that simulates a real life drive shaft. So the drive shaft runs down the middle from the engine into a gearbox that stays in neutral until powered, right? And so it functions similar to a real life drive shaft and gearbox. But we only have neutral. We only have reverse and a forward gear and a neutral gear, or it stays in neutral when unpowered. That is how our gearbox works. Okay. So max speed. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at him go. That's max RPM right there. Bring her into fifth. Put her into high gear. Perfect. Breaker. We're on our way. All the bears are after us. I don't know why I like this so much, but I do. Would bigger wheels make it faster? Technically, bigger wheels would make it slower. Smaller wheels would make it faster. Bigger wheels would make it slower. That's just what the guys in the lifted trucks think. They think that the bigger tires make them faster, but in reality, they just down gear ratioed themselves. They just don't know that. They're like, I got 35s. I gained 45 horsepower. In reality, no. They just reduced. They gained more torque, less power. Less speed. Okay. So there we go. I promise I didn't kill him. Truck has now been... Oh, dude, it even wiggles. Look at that. I want to play around real quick before we switch into the other stuff. I do want to play around. I still find this crazy that this also links to the physics object. And these are display entities. So I don't know what wonkiness this is doing, but look at the fact that the grid changes, but the display entity is still linked to it. What happens if you put two creative engines in it? Nothing's going to happen. It shouldn't happen. This is unlimited stress with one. We have the speed maxed out. That's as fast as it can go. Some stuff I can modify though is this. So I can make it stiffer or looser. And if it's loose, then it should wobble a whole lot more. This'll mean when we like turn and stuff, the whole thing will wiggle a little bit. So yeah, it's way more wiggly. Yeah, it has ragdoll physics. It does have ragdoll physics though. That's the funny part. I can definitely... It's way more bouncy. So yeah, we can see it wiggle a lot more. We got a lowrider truck. Honestly, pretty sick. Like this is kind of cool. It doesn't turn super sharp. And then we could also, I think, use belts and stuff with shaft rotation direction instead of using wheels. This is just on this. We could probably even propel it with a propeller. Right? This could definitely be moved without giving it any power by just putting a propeller on here. Look at that. I got the hover nozzle. There's a steam vent. We're about to get into the flying stuff. I'll probably take a short break before we do that. That is cool looking. Feels like a volume, okay. And then there's burners. A propeller bearing. It's a cool looking design. But these blocks right here, they must be light or something. Enough levitate is attached. Contraption will float. Mmm. Movement speed altitude significantly resists motion. That was a cool ponder. Ah, so it just stays in the world. Requires heat. Do you light it on fire? Is that what I just seen? Oh no, you have to light it on fire and then it does it. Unidentified floating object. Oh, it has like... Its particles look like they're in slow motion. Oh, look at that. Bet it'll go faster now that it's lighter. It's not silk touchable. Well, that can be fixed. Is it wrenchable? That can be fixed. That can be fixed. You have to case it. I don't know what that means. That's cool looking. Oh, wait. Whoa, that doesn't work. It only shows 2 letters? But a sign should work. All right. Chat, I'm going to take a quick break. Do the fun stuffs. We're going to come back. And we're going to work on an airplane. All right. We can wrench it. Oh, I should test that real quick. Hold on. No. Doesn't seem to have any wrench functionality. All right. Yes. I'll be right back. Enjoy the bareback screen. See you in a bit. On theme. That's why I get it. Oh, really? Okay. That's a sucky crafting recipe. What do you think, bud? All right. It's that good. Do they just pop up randomly? Zona Rose. I think I got that one. I got it that time. Like these, but it is way more than a stack. And I believe... What is happening? Welcome back, everybody. No! No! It was soaring all along. Redstone was pulsing, this high craft was blue. We looked at the world. I love it said this high craft. Was it a ghost? Was it a friend? Who's gonna lead us to the very end? He's got the blueprints, he's got the plan. The most mysterious technical man. He's the man. Dum, 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 dum. It was soaring, kind of catchy. All along, he was building the logic and singing his song. Every glitch, every trick, every hidden design, it was so... We'd have to find another game to play. I know, it would be so
Tech
sad.
Josh just gave out 200 subs.
Oh my god, it's still happening! I'm not even in the game! He's so yellow. Yo! I did your mom 301 times. Thank you. I don't know about that one. Oof. That one says rough.
And oh yeah, I have so many bad things I shouldn't be saying, but you know, I'm kind of obliged to not either because I'm sick and I can't really blame that as a good solid reason as to why I do it anyways. Oh shit.
It's fine, it's tight. I'm a Java dev and I need a gig of RAM for a loop that reads a file with 3 small lines of text. But it's so I feel blessed.
Yes.
My stack is tall, my logs are long, but that...
Married men can get lubed up. It's called a guy's weekend. Oh my god. Critical capture, baby. Yeah, birthday shiny. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Woo-hoo. Very nice. Very nice. Yes. Do we have more? Missing copper. fine with that, and I love that. You know what? I'm tired of hiding the fact that I love ours so much, chat. I am tired of hiding. No longer will I hide the fact that I love the Ars Nouveau mod. Alrighty, chat. It can't be hidden anymore. Apparently, I love it. I love it a lot. All right, we're back with some more Create Aeronautics, and we've done 0 aeronautic things. We've not gone into the sky at all, but we do have a truck. So at least we have that, right? We have a truck. Now, I want to try my hand, which I haven't seen anybody really do, at making a tilt rotor helicopter / plane. It's a plane helicopter. Okay.
Booper button had to be
Boop,
pushed.
boop. Jumper bun. Hope you're doing well, bud. By the way, we got to get one more look at this. One more look. Yeah, run. You better run. How cool that is. He's holding on for dear life in there. Well, let's... It's so good. All right. Well, that's our controller. Let's do barrel. And I'm going to store the controller for this contraption on the contraption. All right. So, now the propeller here, I'm assuming if we have a create motor and we do something like this, right? And then we reverse the direction. And then we turn this into a glued physics object. My assumption would that would be it just shoots itself into space. Would that be a good assumption? Yes. That would be an assumption. All right, that's there forever now. Does it have a max height? It doesn't appear to be going any higher. It has reached an altitude limit. Okay. So, girders. Do girders have a... They don't say that they have a weight. So I want to build the foundation of this plane. Let's build the skeleton of said plane. This is the skeleton, right? We'll say the length of this pretty long. The middle of the plane, we need to go a little bit further in. I really need like a top-down view of one of these planes. Okay, here's a schematic of one. Okay, that's perfect, actually. That's what I need. Oh, that's so good. Okay. So, the plane kind of does one of these. Right, and then the rotor itself. So that's the rear rotor, and then I'm sure there's one for the front. Right, I'm just getting this for scale. This actually isn't directly in the middle. It's more like right about here. And the motors themselves go like this. You're looking for a newish pack, 120. I have no idea. Is there a new version of Mystical Block? What are we? What? I mean, that seems kind of fair. And then top down of the wings, more or less, the wings stick off the top right about here, give or take. Technically, it probably should be the wing should be one block lower than the rotor, the rear rotor. These are considered light blocks. Okay. Light. Okay, light. I'm trying to think how big the rotors themselves would be. Let's just say that that's there. Something like that. And then that'll be a vertical wind cell, whatever you want to call it. I wonder if this takes on all of the properties of blocks that it is built out of if it was done with copycat panels. These andesite scaffolds are weightless. Probably not a good thing. Okay. Find a good reference image for what these things look like. They're kind of just gray, really. I get a foundation of what this plane would look like. I'm wondering though if it should be not as thick and not as wide. I mean, it is pretty wide. The face definitely needs to be thinned up. Hey, there we go. I'm having flashbacks to Exoria, where I found chosen building a teal and orange spaceship. Oh, that spaceship was that was a long time ago. Oh my god. The interesting part about this is we have to balance like the size and everything, like the blocks that we use. These don't have a weight on them, but I'm assuming they're probably classed in like a normal class or something like that. Something like that. All right, there's the foundation. Finding balance for planes felt crazy hard. I wonder if you just put the schematic on there and you find the way to the center, you kind of want it pseudo-centered. The hard part about this whole plane is going to be, because of the way that I want to design it, that's what's going to make this really hard, I think. Because I want to make these have rotation control. Right? So I'm slowly building up, just at least figuring out the shape of the plane. Let's keep doing this. I'm going to keep building out the rough shape of the plane. I have a side profile of one of these things. A tiltrotor. Something like that. Change up the textures on this once we get more of an outline done. This typically has a nose. Okay. I mean, netherite has a heavy weight, right? From what I've seen. All right. So the roof. We'll start here. And then this does go taller here. Yeah, it stays 3 tall all the way through. It looks ugly right now, but trust the process, all right? Trust the process. It's starting to look like a plane, right? It looks like a B-52. No. B-52, I know what that looks like. I grew up seeing those things fly in the sky. Oh, older are you chosen to see them flying in the sky? I live where they're made, like where they're housed in the United States. Yeah, I like I've gone to like camps and stuff like that, and they're just while we're playing baseball, they're just flying over. Gonna be so heavy? Probably, but we'll make it work. See, that's a big limitation if you can't build with certain blocks because of the weight of the blocks, right? That's gonna be a problem. All right, now I've got to start designing the wings.
Sloix just rated you
Figure it
with
out.
43 raters.
Slow XP, welcome in. We're getting there. Yo, welcome in. Thank you for that raid. Appreciate that, bud. Are you making a bomber plane? No. As much as I would love to, I should make one of the danger Doritos, but I'm not. This is actually I really want to challenge myself with this and a tiltrotor. So this is the starts of a tiltrotor plane. Welcome in. Yeah, it's a VTOL. I'm literally making a VTOL. Has the belly of an old-timer bomber. True. I mean, most planes are kind of flat on the bottom. The hard part, I have a schematic pulled up of like the way the wings sort of look. It is very interesting. This would be a good time to use the wand of symmetry. What is this song? All right, we need... It just feels too big. I almost feel like these... Maybe... Maybe it will look better when the corners are moved out. How far down do these go? Okay. So this is about as far down in the actual helicopter as it typically goes, but these do go significantly higher. Almost to about here. Girders in the corners. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is just to lay out. The blocks are going to change. I need to see if this is even going to be functional. I mean, this is going to be the rotation shaft right here. But maybe it should be pulled forward more. A little bit better. I'm almost positive the wings are going to have to be modified in general. Like, this is not going to probably function in this form factor, but we'll see. I just want to get the ultimate design laid out, and I think that looks pretty darn good for the idea. Won't they need to be able to rotate? Yes, they will rotate. They're going to rotate forward. I'm going to fix that in the future. Just going to get an idea. Now the back. Now, what is this? It's the other one. Yeah, create aero, create sim, and create off-road. So we have a propeller, which I'm sure is going to have a creative motor on it for us to be able to get what we want. We have wooden propellers too. These are tri-propellers, so I think these propellers are probably going to be better. There's a smart propeller, wooden propeller, mounted potato cannon. That's actually kind of sick. Hold on, wait a minute. Perfect. Okay, the fact that it exists is kind of funny. I'm seeing if there's any. There's no wings. Like, wings are definitely handled with a torsion spring. Because remember, we looked at this earlier and we were like, yeah, that'd be great because we'd want them to go back to default. I don't even know how we would go about controlling the angle of our rotors. Symmetrical sail? What's the difference? Oh, it goes in the center of a block. Oh. That's beautiful. Or if you can build the airship from Avengers, I'm sure you can. Now, this does not typically get controlled from the front. So, like, this would not be wind sails unless these just exist out the back just to be stationary. All right, so there's that. So each of these are going to need their own separate controls. This is going to be the hard part, is setting up controls and understanding what's powering what, how we control it, and all of that other fun stuff. Like, how do I control wing flaps easily? I would say like rotational power goes through. But something like this mount, it has rotation we can change. That just changes the RPM. Okay. A gimbal sensor? Whoa. Oh, so it kind of like automatic. That's kind of cool. It can like send a redstone signal to self-balance. I'm trying to think, how do I control rudders, chat? Is there a... How would we control... Would that also be done with the directional gear shift? And like the directional gear shift, we would change whether or not we're sending it up or down. And then it'd only be when we push those buttons does it trigger in the first place. And then we would have that attached. We would have that attached. Attached to the torsion spring. Directional gear shift. To control the whole fan setup, though, we'd want these to be able to rotate left and right opposite of each other, and then this also be able to rotate left, right. Yeah, the torsion spring allows angle control so you can come back. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it. What bearing do we need? We need like a windmill bearing? No, mechanical bearing. They're using here, right? Mechanical bearing. Okay, mechanical bearing. Hmm. OMG, the episode drop while streaming? Crazy work. I mean, you can schedule videos. So I think this would actually need to go one further, right? So we need basically bearing, torsion spring, and then these would have their own rotation connected there. I'd have to use a modded thing for this, another add-on. Huh. Lever. And then we glue this. Should be spinning. Unless this has to be powered from that side, yeah. I rotate that so it's powered from the top and bottom, like this. Okay. So yeah, a lot's needed for that, apparently. Okay. This will be set to only destroyed. This would be a good use case of the gradual change. But maybe not. Maybe it just needs to be slower. Yeah, just slower. That's better. Unfortunately, though, I can't hold at a position, can I? Oh, that sets a default angle. What would be a max airplane rudder angle? 35 degrees. 20 to 35 degrees. 23 to 27 degrees is the limit maximum. $27 degrees is the maximum rotation direction. For this, though, how do I power it? How am I going to power this? What I might do, I will break... I'll have to do it like that. Because I'll have to power this one from the side. And I gotta unglue that section because that is currently glued, and I'm assuming... that's how it's gonna be. Why do you need to power it from the side? It powers from both sides so it can change rudder direction. So that way I can roll left and roll right. It is a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be for this process. You only need to glue the blocks that aren't sails. Well, we've already done it. All right, so these will be replaced, but for right now we have controls for the rear rudders. Thankfully, we don't need to change the direction on these sails, but we do got to get this rotation set correctly. And I don't think powering this here does anything, so we need to make sure this is rotated correctly. Okay. On either side of the neutral position, while 35 is often cited as the maximum efficient angle to avoid flow separation and drag. 35 degrees. Less than 35 degrees is the maximum. Flow separation and excessive drag. Maybe we do 35 just to... Okay. And then I've got to, let's do like a girder. I guess. Like, what is like a good block to use to connect that? I mean, that's fine. A fence. It's going to connect anyways. All right. We'll set that. Okay. Interesting. So if I'm going to need a lot of control to be able to truly control that successfully. Like there's a lot going on to be able to fully control that. And this is where the keyboard I think would come into play more. I have to control this and control the up and down for the rear rudders. Then on the front, we need to control the propellers here. This is what's going to give it lift. And then this is also going to have its own rotation. Because we need these to rotate entirely forward, which is going to carry with it everything else. I don't even know if this is going to be enough. This might actually need to be more. You need an up, down, left, right, roll, roll, right. There's too much stuff going on right now. Oh no. Okay. Little overcomplicated right now. You chose a really difficult plane to start. My head hurts thinking about controls. Yes, because I am going to need a forward. I need an up and a down. Then I need a tilt forward. Which is going to happen here. So let's build out what the propellers are going to be. And I don't know if these propellers are going to work. Like this is a wooden propeller. That does not, I don't think that is going to do the trick, but maybe like multiple andesite propellers. rotation of this, I don't have a problem with. That's going to be similar to this. We'll have two states. We'll have an on state, which will be hold forward. When we're not holding forward, I want this to tilt back and lift the whole thing. Put a propeller bearing in the middle. And you're saying build my own propellers in that case? A bore head bearing. That's for the bore. A propeller bearing. That's a propeller bearing. I wonder if the rotation direction matters. Ah. Oh, that's cool. That's kind of what we want. Is this a pure creative build? I mean, in theory, we took, like, this is not creative. Like, I did put a creative motor, but you can power it with a regular engine, which we did. I'm using creative right now to lay out the build, but this right here is still regular. You would just power it from the inside with an engine, or power from the back with an engine. Because this doesn't need to spin that fast. These would need to spin fast. Probably need a steam engine or something inside. But we would need on and off. Oh, goodness. Block goes in the center. These typically only have 3 blades. Watch out the direction you choose. Ain't worried about all that. You're talking about turning it into a swastika? Oh my god. Unfortunately, that turns out to be one of the most optimal shapes in Minecraft. Oddly enough. You know, iron. Doesn't diagonals connect? Unsure. You mean diagonals connect? All right, so to make this look similar, it almost looks like an Osprey. The goal is for this to have a rotation that tilts this sideways. Like this, that's the next goal. Now rotation on this. Does this automatically connect, or do I have to glue it all? It just works. Oh wait, the other side. Oh, that's right, because... Oh, that's sick. Going the wrong way, though. That's the direction I needed to go in, though. Okay. This will essentially have, like, a clutch. Because we just need a clutch that... We don't really need to go backwards. We need either on or off. I would say a speed control would matter. Speed control might matter. Dark Van, how's it going? Listen to that spin, right? That sounds good. We can dye it too, which would be really nice. Create Aeronautics, pretty game changing. Yeah, we made a truck that works so good. The controller in the truck, by the way, is sick. I added a trailer. I wanted to see if I could have a trailer separated from the whole thing. Got reverse, forward, uses an actual drive shaft. It's pretty cool. Like the drive shaft spins everything, spins into the gearbox that I set up. Now, speed control, like how would I do speed control? Do we have a speed control? We don't have something that controls the rotation speed based on Redstone, right? A docking optical sensor. There is an, okay, there's an analog transmission. So, okay. So we have an analog transmission. Hog. Analog transmission. Creative motor. Huh. Yeah, I don't need the clutch. But I would have to use something like this redstone inducer, which we could set up inside of here. Not a big deal. Or inductor, I mean. We'd use it to control both sides. And then we'd set the tick delay for the increase. And then I hope you can click this to invert it. Good. Turn it into a knot so it's fully powered. And then we're basically reducing the signal that goes into these. All right. That's pretty cool. Do we think this is going to work at all? I don't know. I've got to get redstone control on this. And then let's also, now that we have like the propeller sort of identified, we need to do the forward rotation, which I think is going to be similar to this. Just going to be through here. Okay. So we need the controller for this. Do I do a girder? Be kind of cool, actually. Okay, so we'll have this similar setup to the back. We have a single rotation point. Which will lead into this. Then we have our directional gear shift. That'll go in. And then we have our angle. Our original angle positioner will go here. And then bearing. And then the hopes is that this still spins unless we can only have two initial. Like, I don't know if this still spins while the whole thing turns into a contraption. It probably doesn't. I don't actually know though. Maybe it does. I just want to test. Can I advise using a throttle lever with create links for power control? Well, I want to throttle lever. You're talking about this thing, right? That's kind of cool. Yeah, throttle lever would be perfect for like the throttle, but I'd have to control it from inside the plane. It's not bad. Yeah, we can definitely link that to the, yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we can do that for the inside control for the throttle. Yep. That'll work perfect actually. Okay. Now for the the shifting of this moving forward. All right. Okay. Now I need to see. I kind of want these to be powered from this a central source. I don't know what that did. I can't see it. That's actually what I needed to do, though. Wait, hold on. Why? What is it doing? It needs to rotate like that, and then like that. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, that one's correct. That one's not correct. So, okay, so can I rotate this? I could do redstone link on opposite sides, but I also think that just changing the direction works. Yep. So now they can be on the same side. I'm going to leave that for now, but that will have to be switched to old. And then optical. No, we need the... I hope that I can... Let me see real quick. Let's paste that. Can I invert this? Okay, then forward would be more power. Okay. I guess it's just the direction you place it determines it. With a wrench? Oh, perfect. That's sick. I almost wonder if this should have I mean, we'll probably have to adjust the rotation direction on this a couple of times to figure out like what's the optimal angle for holding it straight. This is gonna be a lot. I hope it doesn't just like fall to pieces too when it's fully assembled. I mean, because we got to glue the whole physics object together, but the things that are glued stays glued. And speaking of glue, the thing that has to be glued is this going into this going into this going all the way up here. These have to be stopped, don't they? I guess. I don't know. I guess this needs to be like solid. Okay. Try this again. We'll glue this. We'll glue this to the main like that. And then this. Perfect. Are we flying yet? Hey, I took on a really big project. All right. Yeah. It's gonna be really sick though when it's done. Or it's gonna be really dumb. I mean, it could be very dumb actually. Okay. That's like that. That's like that. That's like that. I can see all of that. Okay. I need to get rotation on this. So I'm thinking like if I hold down left, I want this to move. Like I want this to move left and right, the rear rudder, and then up and down what needs to control these. And then this will be handled with spacebar. Spacebar will tilt these forward. Okay. That goes down. Okay, so let's program these first. Are going to roll as well or not? Roll. I think this is going to control most. This is forward directional. The only thing I could think of that could do that would be the speed of these being controllable on 2 different controls. Which we could do later. We could do later if need be. I haven't even assembled this thing. You missed gluing a stair. Did I? I'm not overwhelmed. You're overwhelmed. You should see your airship if this is getting too much. This is my first. I've just downloaded and playing this today. So this is my first endeavor into this. So this is down. Okay, so this will be down. Means this is also down. Program this first. Redstone. Redstone. That's down. And this should be, or sorry, this is left. Down. Down will cause this to tilt. Maybe we do need roll. But how would we make it go? It would go opposite direction. Maybe the controls for flipping this forward would be something that we do. Because, yeah, we may want to be able to make it go left and right, kind of turn angle. Otherwise, we have no control over that. This is our only control for that. We need to be able to bank left and bank right. Up, down. This would be left, right. And then maybe we do a redstone no. A Q and E. This going down will make this bank right. Or turn right. Right. This is right. This is left. So we have them backwards. Just need to remember that. I put my redstone left, right. Sorry, right. Turn right, turn left. Okay. This doing this. Oh boy. That will make me turn left. So the right is left, the left is right. There we go. Right is right, left is left. All right. So this that is not what I want, is it? Because I can't bank. I can't roll. What? Oh, I know now what I have to do. Oh my gosh, that is so confusing. Okay. I can't link like this and this to this, can I? You can't link two of the same. So I would need both of these to be redstone because we're going to use them to flap the opposite direction. But in this, turning going down and the other side going up will make me turn left. Down, this going down, this going up will make me roll. I'm thinking about this. That'll make me roll right. I would roll right. Oh God. This is interesting. Like, this forces you to think. This forces you to think a lot differently. That is way too much turning, but I would also need a way to have them both go down, because how else am I going to lift off? You need a link in between. What do you mean by a link in between? Oh, you mean like a link? I think I'm overcomplicating this. For right now, I'm gonna simplify this. We need an up and down. Okay. Right now we need an up and down. Okay. So this will be down. This will be up. Up and down. That's what we have for now. This will be left. This will be right. So now I have an up, down, left, right together. Then we will have these be links. And these will be set to space. Oh boy, I'm scared to see what this does. Okay. Okay. Please go with the whole thing. Please. Okay, now it's glued. Now. Okay, now it's there. I let off. Okay. We just got to get rid of these. These can't be glued to this. You made a VTOL? Okay, so let's also put some wheels on it. Okay, so now it has wheels. Um That's nice, yeah. Well, the wing flaps, it doesn't look like the ship actually has wing flaps. Unless I'm mistaken? I guess it does. But we can add those later. I'm afraid to assemble this, chat. I'm scared. I'm assuming that it doesn't matter, but just to make sure, we want this turned. We can always build onto it, make sure these are solid. Let's wrap the whole thing in a physics object. Oh my god. I'm nervous about this. Here we go. Take a backup? I mean, I shouldn't have to worry. I can always pick up the object. That's the cool thing, is we can pick it up and move it. It shouldn't break or anything. How freaking sick is that, though? Look at it. Like, it's got to be relatively balanced because it looks like it's balanced on the wheels fairly nicely. What is going to make it start moving forward? It doesn't. It goes up in the air first. And then after it's gone in the air, that's when things change. So let's make sure things change because we can set those where we want them. We don't want this. Those are already set. Can we control this now? Frick, did I throw away my controller? No, I didn't. Oh my god, I did. This is the bad part about this. It's fine. We can always, that's the cool thing too, is like we can link. Okay, this is left, right? Left? Let me check. This is down. Change it to down. That's down. This is left. This is up. So many different items. It's sick. Now I'm hoping that our spinning works correctly. Like, I need to relink these. This is spacebar. I don't know what that was, but that was supposed to be glued. Oh, so it still holds it. That's so weird. So like it still holds onto that like mechanic. Dude, that's so cool. And then we give it a little bit of speed. Let's see if it like spins. Oh, so it doesn't, it's not spinning. Why though? Is it because these have to be locked in position? These are reversed. Why are they reversed? I'll leave this open for right now. That's gonna have to do the thing. So that is a limitation, unfortunately. Oh no, a VTOL crash. So we have to balance the weight a little bit. Angle it as well. I don't think we can choose the angle. Like, as we've seen, it stops the rotation from happening. Like, I'm almost positive the rotation angle... Hold on, let's see what the we need the weight to be balanced. There's a item that helps with that. We need this to be above this. We don't need too much to actually we were very close. Let's be fair, that's pretty dang close. And if I can get my controls correct, the problem is I can't control speed. That's where this might be better option for speed. Swivel bearing allows... Well, why did the copycat one work? That works super well. All right. Okay. So something like that. And then we got to get the weight balance a little bit more to the middle. Let's say like a netherite block, like right up here. Ooh, maybe 2? Wow, okay. Under the seat? Still not heavy enough. Is that even moving? A block of andesite? Whoops. Peppa! I broke my link. It was this, and then I need clipboard. We're gonna get this. It did a backflip. It did a barrel roll. It definitely did. And this is considered a heavy block, right? What is considered heavy block? Okay, so they're not listed. I have to have the goggles to see it. Dried kelp is super heavy. This does. I'm assuming stuff that doesn't have a weight. Super heavy. I just want it to be a little bit more balanced. Just got to get it a little bit more over the rudder. It would be best if it was balanced more out the front here, but You know what? You can't have everything. I do think that the weight mechanic is a little jank and it limits your creativity a whole lot. Can I make the back lighter? Probably. I don't know how much those cost. Probably a bit. We're close. We're super close to like... I wonder how the weight distribution changes though whenever the propellers get moved forward. Do modded blocks have weight? I don't know. We're learning. That's super close. I can see a camouflage variable weight block being added as a custom add-on. That would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Ooh, a failure of 2? Wow. That's rough. We are so close. There it is. But see, that does seem off, right? We would assume that that's too heavy. Weighted in the front, even though it does. You would assume that that's a center, but it's not. I mean, I guess we'll give it a little bit of power. What does it take to even get upward? Okay, so we've got movement. No! It doesn't work. You can't do a VTOL. Wait, what? What happened? It broke off. It says you can. How? Glue the I didn't glue the propellers. Doesn't that require a different kind of bearing? Should check out the swivel bearing. So I have these blocks, right? So these are what these go on to. These are correct. It's the rotation here that needs to be a swivel bearing. What if the entire thing swivels then?
16 months, that's almost 100. Time to make an
Mr.
Apache
Tracks.
helicopter.
Yes, that's next. So if it's glued, it doesn't count here? Let's just see what it does. It does nothing. The swivel bearing you power from the sides of the cogs. It has a shaft that goes through the middle, though. So then, how the frick? So I could do this. Do you say it gets power from the sides? Oh my goodness. Okay, things are about to get real. Oh, this is dirty. Dirty, dirty, dirty. Let me put my... It doesn't even feel real playing with this, to be fair. It just doesn't feel... It doesn't feel real. All right, now let's see what it does. Okay, so we wouldn't use it while flying, of course. Or we wouldn't use it while stationary. This is only while flying. Otherwise, we may want to trim off some of the... Like, we trim off... Are these backwards? These are the same, right? No, this one's flipped. What? No, they're the same. Yeah, they're the same. Okay. Okay. So we found last time it was like a strength of like 10. One more and we have lift. Two more and we have lift. We're so close. We have lift. Oh my gosh, we have lift! Dude, we're doing it. We're doing it. Okay, and then we look forward. We have up and down. Oh my god. It's actually kind of crazy. I think we just need more height. So we need a little bit more throttle. Okay, it crashes down. Okay, I'm figuring it out slowly. I hold down. Okay. Whoa. Pick up some speed. I don't think we have enough speed. The fact that it's kind of balanced is kind of cool, though. Like, that's... Let's just full throttle, baby. Full throttle. Okay, we're kind of there. Is this the same problem that they normally have? Okay, that's not right. Okay. Hold on. There we go. I'm technically doing it wrong, I think. Maybe I need more. Maybe it's our angle. You know what? I bet it's the angle. Because we can adjust the angle with this. It's the angle. It's 100% the angle. We're just gracefully falling from the sky. It's definitely this angle. So, what do we think? Like a maximum angle of like 75 degrees? When the propellers are fully forward, you have no lift. Is that what we're thinking? Maybe max angle 75. Just add regular sails. What do you mean? It's not what I wanted to do. Do a barrel roll! It's trying to compensate for itself, but... There we go. Also, I just don't know how to fly an airplane. The reverse controls is kind of confusing to me. Does this turn us any? Okay, so forward. This is to not go down. This is to go down. So what we need is like wing. Like we need some rudders on the sides. And I don't have revert. I don't have like backward. So okay. Dude, this is absurd. You made a setup for your rudder problem. It's enough to make you sick, isn't it? You're talking about where I change. I'm wondering if I just don't, like, if I bank with this and I turn, like, I should just add it so it also rotates some of these too. But, I mean, the real way to turn, right, would be to not only give this, like, full power, like, to give this power, but to also have this be controlled left and right by giving this more power or giving this less power and so on and so forth. Also, I wonder if this rotation angle is just not enough. Because we did limit it quite a bit to reality, but reality's not a video game. What do you think? Said you made a solution. Did you post it in, like, the image gallery? Well, the Create Aeronautics Discord, I can't actually load into it. I don't know what happened. My Discord's working fine. Oh, shoot, a lot of Discords are down. Never mind. Image gallery. Oh. Ooh, 16. Good one. Can't get the video to play. I think Discord's just having problems right now. Can I see it from the thumbnail? I don't know. Can I solve this myself? Let's see if I can do this. Okay, so I technically want this to pitch. So I need two links, don't I? I need a link that powers another link. That's what I need. Now that I'm okay. Right? So I need this link to be powered when this link gets powered. Like whenever I go to roll, I need that link to also be powered. So left, let's just assume, let me get my clipboard. So left will be this one. Right will be this one. This is to go down. Down, if I tilt down and up. I tilt down and up. That would force me to roll right. Okay. So this going down would need to be connected to the right connection, which is this one right here. That's the right. And then this one is the left. Oh wait, no, so I would need two links, multiple links. Which would then power that when I hold left and right. Let's test as of right now. Okay, that powers both sides. Oh, okay, that was my original issue. That's a lot. There's a link controller. That's a lot. Okay. That's a wild board needed for that. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, the only other thing I can think of is like possibly modifying the rudder and having like this have an actual wing flap. Like this gets changed, so this actually turns. To have pitch to be to change. And in that case, I would want this to be linked with this. You only pitch and yaw, not roll. Okay. To do this, I need another massive section here. Wait, is this the wand of symmetry even works on the contraptions that aren't like in the air? What is this? This mod is magic. Dude, this mod is absolutely wild. I wonder too if this is, maybe these aren't working correct. No, they are working because, yeah, they are working because it was moving me when I changed direction and stuff. My gosh, this mod is magical, dude. This is ridiculous. We'll just switch these. Okay, so that should still work, I would assume, the exact same way. Oh god. Nope. Never mind. I forgot to rotate this one. Which one's rotating correctly? Ah, this one's rotating wrong. Oh, I have the magnet on. Or the thing. Great, I broke it. um This is different. Okay. Okay. Okay, that one spins right. This one spins wrong. So this one just needs to be fully rotated. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so that's fixed. Whew! Gemini! Thank you for rolling that. Then I just got to get a same as this here. And then this is going to have to be controlled via the top, right? Okay. This will have to be controlled via this way from top and bottom. I'll have to organize that correctly. Shaft here. A. Okay, so this got to be rotated. Okay. So confused by this. Okay, so certain sides must have some sort of indicator because that is an on state that goes forward. The bottom should go the opposite direction. Does. Okay. Shaft. Then we want it to match the rotation maximum of 35 degrees. I have become an aircraft engineer after this stream. I tell you what. That was a fail. You're quiet for the night? What about what, Jellybean? How do you power these without the creative motor? Yeah, you'd use the engine. And you would basically still run all of your same shaft power and everything. You would just have to route it through your contraption because all of it spins. It's kind of it's wild, to be fair. I mean, I think that is going to do the thing, right? I feel like the plane is going to do backflips. No, we've already got it hovering. It already works. Like, it already does work. It definitely works. Yeah, we may have to rebalance it. I'm not worried about that right now. A little bit of extra weight in the front actually may be a good thing. Usually these planes do look a little heavy whenever they heavy in the rear when they pick up. Okay, so when this turns, I want this to also turn. So I need to use the same as, and then I need the other side to turn too. But maybe we don't turn it as much. Maybe the degree, we limit this degree by a lot more. We do 18 degrees. I don't know if 18, maybe 20, 25. Yeah, that feels good. Okay, and so we want that top powered from the same one that rotates this left. to go left, let me use my big brain here. Down and up would force me to bank left. Down and right flap up, bank left. Correct? No. Down is up force. So that would force this wing to go this way. So this would need to be bank up, down to bank left. Up. So this needs to be up. Which direction is up? Up to go left. What is it doing? That's up. Okay. Up. Up and then down. Yeah, just use your hands as an example. Yeah, this way. You would think that would help me, but it doesn't. Air goes over this, pushing this down. If this goes down, we're turning left. This is the orientation we need for left. Is that correct? Easy to be put in receive mode. Think so. This forces the wing to go down, which makes it bank left. This forces this wing up, giving lift to this side, which would force it to bank right. Goodness. Give me just a second, chat. All right. So let's see. We can die all of these too, I believe. So long as they're not in contraption mode, which I have to click that, that, that. What's up, nerds? We are building an airplane. Actually, it's a little more than an airplane, to be fair. A VTOL warship. We are building a rotocopter. Jeez, it scared me. An Osprey, yeah.
Mod is damn amazing.
Why did it scare me? The mod is amazing. It is amazing. It scared the hell out of me. Like, why? I don't know. But it did. You should do a helicopter next. I feel like a helicopter wouldn't be too bad, but it'd just be limited in space. This is already nuts. You got to realize, like, this thing is doing this. Like, just look at this thing. All of the control that's happening right now. There's a lot happening. A helicopter is, I mean, this is a double helicopter. Absolutely absurd. All right. So we've got new controls. Weight distribution seems fair. I'm no airplane engineer, but I have a feeling we've done something right. So, lock in. Oh, that's right. Before we can do anything, we've got to give it the beans. Yikes. I'm just a bad pilot. Just keep that in mind. Let's see if we turn. We're kind of turning. I mean, I'm turning. Hey, look, there's my truck. Let's see if we can land near it. If only I had like throttle control elsewhere, I think we'd be good. It is kind of weird watching this. Okay. Yep. Here's the thing. All right. Anyways. We're going to go upside down. Throttle down. Hey, you know what? I landed. I call that a success. You know what? I call that a success. Thankfully, it's full. All right. So I built one of the most complicated planes that even our own military really suffered with. So you can't beat that, you know? We give it a little bit of power. I can just drive it like a normal vehicle too, I think. Dude, that is kind of cool though. It may or may not be an Osprey. Or wait, is that what it's called? An Osprey? A VTOL. An Osprey. We are turning. Okay. Perfect. Where's my truck? We gotta find my truck. When it's picked up, the fans even work, dude. This is nuts. There's my truck. I don't see how practical this would be without this tool. This would be absolutely impossible in survival without this tool. Like, if you can't have this tool, it makes no sense. I don't know why this is a creative tool. This should have been a tool that exists in general, because like this should just exist. You have the plunger gun. But like, does this hold it to the ground so I can test its flight mechanics? That bad boy is locked into the ground. Interesting. What about other functions? When right click fires a rope, attach plunger. Shift right click removes all ropes attached to the plunger. While wearing a back tank, does take durability. Okay. I did see the rope pulley. We were actually using it, believe it or not. We're using it right here. This is the rope pulley. I put the contraption's controls on the contraption. An RC car that you can ride on. I could even ride in the trailer, which I think would be kind of cool, right? Hold on. It's an interesting perspective. Yeah, this has been a really cool experience so far today. Absolutely ridiculous. Fantastic. We built an Osprey, right? An Osprey. Not amazing, but it works, right? Feel like I found the limitations of everything today. Rofa, what? Okay, what in the world is this? Okay, Rofa, you ever seen an Osprey? Not one made of andesite? I mean, that's just basic textures for right now. So I got the basic infrastructure up. This is made out of tough. For that gray texture. On the run. A different version of this song. Yeah, maybe. I was thinking wall blocks could definitely work, but I need to use the wand. It is wild that the wand actually works. You tried making a tank, it failed. Couldn't figure out how to assemble the contraption. A tank? What? Mmm. Need to get more andesite. Probably put it here. But make the whole front end. It looks more reinforced. Can you add minecart TNT under the wings? I think you can definitely shoot things out of this. This is just so sick though. Like, I don't know. Yeah. All right. Here we go. One more time. Let's just give her the beans. All that andesite, it's a lot more balance in the front. Oh my gosh. While it is literally hovering, my wand of symmetry is following it. Oh my gosh. Right. One more simulated flight just for good old times, because I think this is pretty freaking awesome. Give her the beans. No, that was my bad. Can we flip it up? Hold on. Can we flip it up? Hold on. maybe I can flip it around. Hold on. Just give me a moment. We'll get it. Am I getting lag spikes? I think so. I can't tell. Yes, these are definitely lag spikes. All right. All right. Hold up. Hold up. Let me decelerate. Hold on. Okay, I'm good. Still though, I think what I need is just to give it the beans, be quick about it. I keep like hitting the wrong thing. I need to go up. There we go. I think my like max up angle is wrong. Oh, also, you know what? You know what I think it is? I think I know what it is. Whee! Okay. I think I know the reason. It is definitely my maximum approach angle for my rudders. Or for my my copters. Okay, so my maximum angle is 75 degrees. Hold on. Let me actually look. What is the maximum? The maximum tilt angle is 97.5 degrees. Maximum forward tilt for forward flight. 80-degree jump used for short takeoff. Altitude. So I just don't think that that's going to work in our situation. I think we have to have a much smaller maximum angle, maybe 50 degrees. Where these aren't fully going forward because we can't 97.5 degrees. Hold on, let me try that actually. 97 degrees. It's very specific. Why would it be? I feel like that would put me in a position where it's maybe it's because when it is 100% straight, there is no lift. And that extra few degrees gives it lift. Maybe we're onto something. Yeah, no, I think my idea was better suited for the. Maybe it's so they could flip themselves. Maybe that's why. You know? Maybe that's why. You know, nothing. We're good. We're good. Boop. Just put it. Yeah, give it up 100% and we'll reverse ourselves midair. Yeah, I think much smaller. Maybe 50 degrees, like I said. 45 degrees. 45 degrees. Let's do 45 degrees. You don't see 97 working. That's their maximum. That is their maximum. We just never balance out. You know what? 69. Yeah, there's not enough thrust. Well, there is. We're going. Wait, we're doing it. Hold on. If I make a mistake without enough altitude, I can't take off. There we go. There's just not enough drag, yeah. Not enough speed. I think it's just too heavy. You think? Just too heavy. In plane mode, you're not producing lift on your wings. Hmm. You know what? It's a work in progress, you know? You don't become an engineer in one day. Use one-sided sails. What do you mean one-sided sails? Instead of using these sails? I would assume that they both work exactly the same way. Perfect. Wind cells for drag and others for directions. Ah, okay. It's the same sail type. Ah, frick. this one, windmill cell. What makes this more difficult, I think, is if you do experiment with planes, maybe have a schematic that is like plane controls ready to go, ready to be assembled for wings, because it is quite the pain to do that. And maybe these need to be longer. They can't be too long because they'll clip, right? Try it without. You wanted to roll the dice, but no. Got to hiss instead. What? Now remember, your controls are kind of inverted. What do you mean they're inverted? This is inverted? Where's the schematic? I just built this. There is no schematic. So what you're saying is like these are inverted? Like now they're going to cause drag the other way? Yeah, I am getting like lag spikes. For some reason. Okay, now it's doing stuff that wasn't doing before. It wasn't doing that before. Is turning the rudder and flaps at the same time. Yes. So now this is applying. Okay, it is applying. Stable vents. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Okay. These can't be dyed. Huh. If I start this off, is it just because it's a lift force? Wait, did I have that before? What? Now I'm confused. Stabilizer? I mean, these are the stabilized rudders. Maybe it's because now there's too much weight in the front. Okay, we may have it. Hold up, hold up, hold up. It may be working now. Oh my, wait, nope. Wait, whoop, 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 whoop. No. I just don't think there's enough speed. I wonder if I put a propeller on the very front. Okay, so the back ones also can't be these. Interesting. And then it falls because it's heavy. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so the back has to be... So you can't dye these either. I don't think. These are the only ones that are the middle ones. Rip. Can't you dye the normal cells? Maybe. These I was just able to right click, which is really nice. Gyroscope? I have the gyroscopic propeller bearing. I am using that. This, the gyroscope isn't, I don't think that that does anything other than send a redstone signal. So, which that does something completely different. Kind of cool. See, why am I going down? Because that should not be down, right? The rear should lift the front of the plane up. If it's providing too much, make it smaller. Be something like that. I think I know the problem now. Because I think maybe now I can have the full 90-degree rotation. And it would, like, be fine. That was definitely my issue before, but I don't think it's my problem anymore. Now we could probably give it the full 90-degree. Or possibly give it the... like 85-degree maybe? Need more sails, you say here? No. Maybe the... so we have to balance out the... okay, so now maybe I'm understanding what the lift means. Okay, so I see this. It's saying lift force is happening in the back here. Okay. This is also creating lift force, which is pushing the nose down. So odd to me. Because this doesn't seem right. Does it matter? It does. The direction does matter. Do I want these producing down? I want these producing downward. You're saying, oh God? No, I don't. Oh, no, what do I want? I don't actually know anymore. Saying, oh God. I got some plane engineers up in here. You want flaps small. Like that. Something random's creating lift force. I don't know what that random thing is making lift force. Oh, I know what it is. It's these because they're not connected. That looks so sick. It seems more balanced. Where do you download your schematics? I have a schematics channel in my Discord. ! Discord. It still just wants to go straight down. His wings are attached to his props. Wait, they're what? Hold on. No, the wings should not attach to this. Like when I control, the wings don't move. Like that is its own thing. Then we have up and down. Then we have left and right. Oh, the front sails do dip down. Oh, yeah, yeah. I see it now. I see it now. That's how did that get glued? What is that? What is that connected to? I guess I'll just get rid of those. I'll go. That shouldn't be doing that anymore. I don't know what you mean by a gyroscope. Like, what's a gyroscope gonna do? It didn't. It looked like it just emitted a redstone signal, unless it has its own functions. Like, it just emits a redstone signal. Yeah, these are gyroscope bearings. Use redstone on it to prevent it from turning up when you turn. Turning up when you turn. Oh. Okay. Oh, so it locks it in place when it receives a redstone signal. Okay. What am I need these on it then. Does it lock it into its position? Like that it currently exists in? Because I don't want that to happen. Maybe it locks it into a stable state. That might have been the entire issue. Ah. Yeah, that might have been the entire issue. I bet it. Watch it be. Okay, we still have the issue with it, like... It looks like they're straight, but... Can we try a normal takeoff? Yeah. I don't think a normal takeoff even... I think it just might be too heavy too in the front. Normal takeoff might be pretty rough for it since it looked like it was... I don't think I can do a normal takeoff. Oh boy. Do the propellers not need to be bigger? You can have more speed. You know, that could be a possibility. That could be a possibility. Indie Official, thank you for the Prime sub. And then Tarangela, I think I said that right. Thank you for the Prime as well. Appreciate you. I don't know if I'm doing this right. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Gyroscope vents. So like a gyroscope with gyroscope vents, and they're, what do they do? I guess we'd have to play with them to find out. I feel like I've spent several hours on this, barely even touched what this mod has to offer. Gyroscope vents are not inside this mod. Oh, then. Oh. What? Okay, that time I just like... That was confusing. Okay, I was told... Okay, we're gonna figure it out. We're figuring it out. All right, I'm freaking figuring this out. I have used all kinds of different sails. I just want to be able to fly the thing. So the flaps, these are producing lift. These need to be the other ones that change the direction. Correct. These are just producing lift. I don't want that. I want... Okay. Simulated. Simulate. You know what? I bet it's because these are bearings. And for them to work, it probably needs to be done with the cog, I bet. I don't know. It feels like it was working, though. No, it was definitely working. But the symmetrical cell, we don't want to produce lift in the back. Please just take a second and look at your schematic. Turn the motor. Turn it on and hold it down with the creative wand. See, this is something we wouldn't have. Hmm. Doesn't really show much, does it? Yeah, but nothing's being shown. Don't like that. Oh, God. Max speed is overdoing it. What's making that noise? What is that? What is that noise? It's great. It's a great noise. Anyways. What do you mean? Yeah, figured. What's propulsion not doing? Your props don't count. What do you mean? They have to be regular cells also? No way. You mentioned it a while back. Well, I may have missed the comment. Sorry about that. Just try something simple. I don't know if it's like the more cells the better or not, but I don't think it tells you that. Like, I don't think I seen that when I was looking at the... Thought I was going to make a one length prop. No. Okay. So I think the more does matter because 6 is not lifting us now. Oh no. Yo, Superware me.
My sub gift.
Bloop. I wonder if it's because of this is where it's connected. Because this is a separate connection to the thing. Like, I wonder if I put this on it. Well, I mean, it does show up as like one whole thing. Yeah, this gives you propulsion. I got an idea. I'm gonna leave these, even though it was getting propulsion even with our other ones, which was working. I mean, we had it working pretty good earlier. My angle definitely mattered. I didn't know you could lock it. I mean, taking that up. Maybe instead of turning, we make this provide lift. Okay, I gotta find where this is lighting up. Okay, so now they go up together. Oh, this is a thing. I will say that. The truck was like way easier. Ground vehicles are way easier. Making airplanes, I mean, maybe airplanes are easier. I just chose like one of the, even our own government can't like figure this one out. So we wrecked so many of these. Gotta crack a few eggs and make an omelet. True. Airships seem pretty easy. Yeah, I bet the airship would be pretty straightforward. Okay, we seem pretty balanced. We have to give it more speed. It wants to take off. Right, this is down, right? This is to go down? Or have I been, like, doing it backwards the entire time? Rudder's down is to go down, not up, right? Built a twerking plane? I mean, it's not horrible. Imagine if we were able to get the rudders to spin like back and forth to turn. Invert the wings? Why does that matter for me right now? Down is to go up. I mean, I have the controls backwards. But still, even with me holding max flaps like this, it just dive bombs. Hey, successful. 360. The wings are in front of the center of mass. They need to point inverted from each other to... Hold on. Are you talking about my wings are spinning in the same direction? Like my rotors are spinning in the same direction? Or are you meaning that my flaps here, these need to go opposite of each other? Oh, is that... Oh my gosh. That's a thing? I mean, so long as I don't care what the direction is set to, so long as I know that they're inverted, I can invert them pretty easily. Wow. Okay. 1 second, chat. All right, so this one needs to be this one. This one needs to be this one. That means the redstone needs to be up here. Is this one? Boy, I'm learning so much here. Will this mod ever come to Forge? What? You mean NeoForge? NeoForge is Forge. It's literally on NeoForge. Oh, it is on CurseForge. I literally downloaded it with CurseForge. It's not a mod pack, it's a mod. You add it to a pack of mods. So like this. That looks better, right? Oh boy. But I don't have any good way to turn besides this. And I don't know if it's even doing anything. I don't know if it's... Oh, almost. Maybe this is enough. Just don't have a good way to turn. Well, no, I mean, I could take off much smoother. It just involves me adjusting these. We would need a more gradual approach to build up speed. Now, you know what? I bet now. Now would probably be a really good time. Now would be a really good time to change this. To be limited to 75. And then we play with that to get a more stable where we can hold forward. I don't know. Still kind of cool. You say I need to put the sails back in the front? I gotta find like what's the good angle that allows it to build speed. It's like right about there. It's like not, it's not super, it's not a whole lot. Like 45 probably. Hmm. Exclamation point Discord. Like most things are linked with exclamation point then Discord, or the exclamation point then the social media. Exclamation point links probably too. I don't know. How would I make an easy turning? Like maybe like we have like under the aeronautics section, we have a propeller. Maybe we can do like a propeller, like quickly spin up a propeller. It's expired. It's definitely not expired. The Discord link, it's a public Discord. Split the wing into two different functions. Okay, that's actually genius. But God, that's going to require a whole lot, actually. This would have to be on a separate because of the bearing. Yeah, that'd be. Let's see. We'll do clutch. I wish you would have decided to make a normal plane first. I mean, I'm learning a whole lot here. I mean, could do something like this. Hey, can we drag it around? What's it stuck to? The ground? Whee! I made a plane. Hold shift. Okay. Can't do it. It's not a plane, it's a glider. You know what? Who cares? We got a thing over here I'm working on. All right. All right. We're working on a thing. I need to give it power. I just need something to spin her around. So turn something on. So we need an inverted clutch. We don't have an inverted clutch, do we? Wait, this is an inverted clutch. I got an idea. All right. All right. Got an idea. This'll work. This'll work. It might work. Perfect. That's powered. Okay. Redstone link. All right. And then okay. Oh, hear me out. Hear me out. We got this clipboard. All right. Controls. Okay. Left. We want to blow on. This would push the plane to the left. So we want to push the tail this direction. Means we want to activate the fan on this side. So that means copy that, paste. All right. Then on this side, copy, paste. Perfect. So now I want to go left. I go left. I want to go right. I go right. Perfect. All right, here we go. Now we can turn. Oh, I need to fix this. Well, yeah, I can put it on the Discord when I'm done. I'm sure you guys will come up with a much better way of doing this. So now, while in this, I can take control and we can turn left and right. This feels cursed? No, this feels good. This feels good. do have a gyro in here. I still think 45 is too much. It's almost there. 45 is almost perfect. Actually, no, we are flying. We are flying in a straight line right now. Oh my goodness, we've got it controllable. And I can rotate now. Do a flip. I can't do a flip. The only way I can do a flip is if my props rotated more. Now you just need to learn your own controls, yeah. I mean, I think I've got it figured out. Are removing the back propeller? No, the back propellers are there. They help me turn. It's kind of like a helicopter, right? A helicopter has that. It has that the rudder fin in the back, or the rudder blade, that allows the helicopter to maneuver quickly left and right. This is an Osprey, yeah. I wanted to see if it was possible. And I made it. Should tell him his rudder does nothing. The rudder does do something. It seems like it does. Even because it did it without these fans. There's a simple reason why it does so little. I wish I had a throttle control and a button. The typewriter would help. The typewriter, I don't think, can control my throttle very easily. Let me... Analog controller. Oh, there is an analog controller? splitting wing function would increase turn speed. Yeah, that's something I'll figure out later. I'll figure out how to do it. This is pretty cool though so far. The fact that we have like control over descent speed. Dude. Learning how planes work, still useful. I'm sure. Really cool mod. Yeah, this thing is sick. Either way though, like I've learned a lot about this today. 6 hours of playing around with this mod. Yeah, I just don't like the wings like this. Like, I don't know. Feels weird. Completely not what I wanted. But the fact that we can do this, like, come on now, let's kind of stick. Imagine integrating this with space mods. I can't imagine doing this in survival. You know, that is something that, like, I think for maybe small contraptions, it would be fine. But, just a lot. Would it be difficult to increase the length of the wings? Yes. I mean, I basically base this off of a Osprey schematic, like an actual schematic, like not a schematic like Create schematic, like a schematic is in like a drawing, a technical drawing of the actual plane. So this is... No, you didn't? Okay. Were you here the whole time? What? What? So goofy. I don't know if I like this or the other design. Kind of like the open window design. I don't know. It looks like a bus now. I don't even remember how I set it up. What mod pack am I playing? One I just put together for this. This was a lot more than I thought it was going to be. 6 hours of playing around with this. We did this. We made a truck. And we'll probably play around with it a bit more. Who knows? I'm kind of learning it. It's a very fun mod so far. Can't do it on that side. Yeah. Sometimes these songs jump through over and over again. Okay. You did also attempt the most complicated type of aerial vehicles. That was the goal. That was the goal. I quite literally was like, I want to try a really difficult thing to do, see if it's possible, and turns out it is. the gradual thing would be really cool to step this up. Did you also remote fly it? Yes. I would have to trigger it though from inside. So good. I don't know. I don't know about this. This is kind of sick. Right? Oh, so good. Where we dropping exactly? Graceful. Oh, I want to build more. I want to keep playing with this. I don't know. But I can't. It's so good. I mean, we covered a lot of ground. I don't know where my other vehicle's at, but we're over here. Yeah, you need to act. Well, you need to, the engines is controlled from the inside. Yeah. You know what? I bet a quadcopter would be pretty easy considering you have the gyro. Absurd that this is even possible. It just feels weird. I don't know. It just doesn't feel Minecraft. It feels very odd. All of this is functioning. Like, I'm almost positive too, you can set up like a water wheel. Barry Gary's mod, yeah. Also, by the way, I don't think that the wings matter. I don't know. Because it was generating lift before. Oh. Well, it doesn't come with you if you teleport. Ah. Wait, are we in the... It lifted at, like, nothing? Okay. If you hold it before going into spectator, you can still move it. Do a barrel roll. Nah. It is possible, though. Absurd. This is great. I could spend all day playing around with this. Yeah, no, you can put a max level steam engine on here, and I don't know how you would handle it without cakes. Like, you would just need a bunch of cakes to keep all of your engines supplied for a long time, but it is doable. All of the arms would work. You can power a water wheel on the actual contraption, and the water stays on the contraption. It's nuts. All right, let's see this direction. I think that's where my... I wish I knew. Actually, it would be near spawn, wouldn't it? And I don't think I can just take this with me. Or 0, 0. Here. I mean, I could probably, like, do this. Probably, like... like that. Just teleport every existing entity to you. Oh, I'm scared I'll lose this stuff. That's kind of what I'm worried about. Like, I don't want to lose the thing I just spent all this time building. Oh, chat. we may have an early in stream if like the power goes out. Lights just flickered. I don't think my battery backup is working. Oh, we're close. We're close. So here's all the subs. Yeah, I don't know where my truck's at, but it was over here. Ah, here we go. I have a UPS. It's just when I turned it off last night and turned it back on today, it's saying the battery is disconnected, like the battery's not in it. I don't know why. I'll have to recheck it and everything. Beautiful. Well, chat, I would call that pretty awesome. Pretty awesome today.
Would you rather
Foxtail.
have 5 burgers or 5 slices of pizza?
I would have 5 burgers. Because at least that won't give me as much heartburn. Foxtail, thank you for the 100 bits. Chat, thank you for chilling with me today. Holy smokes, this has been fun. We've got to find somebody to raid. If you watch the VOD, hell yeah, thank you for watching the VOD over on the second channel. I have got a lot of work to do on the Just Create SMP, so that's probably what I'll be working on for the rest of the evening. But this was really fun to get to play with today for several hours. Woo!